Namaskar, good morning, good day. Assalamu alaikum, Sat Sri Akal to all my friends on globe. This 27th June 2020, speaking from Bharat, India, in connection with daily talks regarding small part for COVID-19, followed by general management of construction, project management, quality management, and then followed by specifications, construction specifications, and also FIDIC as routine talk, just for your information. And I would say that this is my fellow membership of Institution of Engineers and Chartered Engineer Designation, Union of India, Republic of India, Bharat, and previous one was International Professional Engineer, Republic of India, Bharat. So I just showed the certificates for your reference, also the kind of, dissemination of information and COVID-19, friendship with COVID-19 or enmity with COVID-19, that's up to you to decide. COVID-19 stays in this world without any visa, and it is still residing in every part of world. No country can stop it, no extremity can stop it. It's working very successfully since it arrived, which day it is known to none, which day is not known to anyone, but it's working diagonally, it's working vertically, it's working horizontally, it's working vertically, it's working zoomingly, and it's working in a way that you can't handle this. It is not shivering, it is kicking, it's zooming. COVID-19, severe acute respiratory syndromes to COVID-19. Everybody is affected by this. For destruction of health, deterioration of health, I should not say losing life, because very few people are losing life. I talk to many people. If you take statistically, fact remains that it is just deteriorating health of those whom it impacts, who are affected by this. Fact is that COVID-19 is a firing agent. It's a firing agent. It's a leading agent. It's a tailing agent. It's delaying agent. And ultimately, either it exits you. If you cannot exit it, it exits you from comfort. It exits you from your general life. It exits you from routine. It has done that successfully. It is justifying its power. 19. Number is justified here. Maybe you understand this point or don't understand this point. It's either it's taking very fast entry, unlimited entry, or it sleeps immediately, but doesn't go. It has to stay there long, which duration we don't know, but it's going to stay. It has changed minds of world people. It has depressed their minds, actually speaking. Depression, psychology, depression and psychology and run off from life are main image shaped effects by COVID-19. A psychological problem has been created, fear has been caused. People are scared. So there is no such problem to be scared, but people are scared. Death rate is not that much as people think. It's not killing people immediately. It's giving chance to improve. Death rate is not more than 1%, so which is not very considerable. That's the main point. If you analyze death rate, it's not much. But deterioration of health is a result of this infection. Is infection biologically or otherwise that no one can prove, but it affects health. Public at world is in no way ready to live with this. Public, and particularly youth who have lost their jobs in crores, are not ready to face it, to encounter it, and this depression, the psychological impact is really very bad for everybody. After all, it has adversely impacted all parts of your life, all sections of your life. But political leaders all over the world, they are no more interested to worry about this because they are not affected. They are not affected. Ordinary people have been affected. That's the main point. Some leaders were affected, but they forgot that. Some died, some still means. If you say on an overall basis, COVID-19 has been very successful. Forget how did it happen, how did it originate, from where did it come. These questions do not carry any meaning at this juncture because there is no use to argue on that matter since it came. Now we have to think how to come onto tracks with its existence, because you may think or you may not think it's not going away. It has just started its job and still it will take many, I think, too long time to stay. So it's only people of world, they have to change their style of living, no other way out. And if you can't change, you won't be successful. I'm not going to talk about reasons or precautions, all we have explained many times, I don't explain. Only I will say that we have to understand it and live accordingly on our own health, because don't expect those political leaders would help you. They are only interested in economy and nothing else. And they think economy is dying. All world leaders at this moment are worried about economy. It's thriving very fast. Its effect is the adversities are thriving, moving very fast, very rapidly. You can say factual figures are not available. No facts are coming in from all over the world. And what expectation is about 1.5 billion people have been affected so far all over the world. And this figure in our country, Bharat, shall multiply. So what's coming in is not correct. It's much higher. But there is no use on that argument now, that supposition now, because whatever is coming, we can't do anything. And governments have failed, all governments all over the world. So when governments fail, it's duty of people to take care. But ultimately, people are in anxious mood, anxiety mood, and they are not concentrating on their lives. It's because of so many reasons: depression, affects, no jobs, no surety, no certainty, and continuous uncertainty of future. Continuous uncertainty can't be tackled until there is some other objective of parallel route, and there is no parallel route. That point we should understand. I will not explain much today because in our country Bharat is enhancing its existence. Again, Assam has locked down because of this problem, and I think many more states will lock down soon because it's moving rapidly on accelerated speed. Let us see what happens. I am sure our country shall have crores of infections because we are 1.4 billion population of world. About, you can say, 20% or 15%, whatever it is, 1.4 billion over 8 billion people. So we have more chances, and we may be number one day, probably. I can't guarantee that, but our government is doing nothing in this regard, just like many other governments of the world are not doing something. I would appreciate GCC nations to some extent that at least they are taking care of their people, while there is no one to take care of Bharat people in Bharat, India. I don't know about all other countries, there could be, but there's not time for criticism, because we know politics is politics all over the world. Same people have been thrown on their own, so we have to take care of our own. I would not say more than that at this moment, because what news are coming in are not encouraging, but discouraging informations are arriving from everywhere, and ultimately public shall suffer. And best, only good part is that death rate is too low. Till now, I explained to someone I talked yesterday, a patient of COVID-19. I talked to him phonically, and I explained, don't worry about your health, you will recover if you are not a patient of diabetes, because first impact is on diabetic patients, or you can say on those people who are very heavy, who are obesity, who have obesity character, and who are having hypertension or some other kind of chronic disease. And I was very upset to see today one news that in Saudi Arabia, KSA, one 13 years old daughter of a nurse died because of COVID-19. Really, this means nurse lost a daughter, and she apologized also because of her daughter got infected and died. Such cases are happening. As I explained before also, one criminal mind person in Egypt, day before yesterday, when he came to know that his wife was infected, he dropped or threw his wife from 5th story. Like such, people are depressed to that extent, you can say, or maybe they are taking opportunity of such cases, such times. So I can say on an overall basis that COVID-19 has not come to kill people, but to change mindset of society, to include it's brainwashed people's concentration, and it's creating a field that shall affect overall future of everybody. Economy is opening all over the world. They may be happy, some may not be happy. Those who are getting jobs, they may be happy. Those who are getting the business open, they may be happy. But this is very temporary happiness, because it's all temporary. Those who are opening, maybe tomorrow they close, who knows? Nobody knows. So let us see what happens. It's not very a positive sign. I'm seeing it's not too much optimism existing that I can see. and not pessimism, because we have to change ourselves. If we can change ourselves, world will be better one day. And I should say that nothing more to talk on this. COVID is your friend. Adopt it, because it's better to be happy with this. Otherwise, it will torture you more and more. And I think that's all for COVID. We'll see next of getting more and more news about this. Actually, truly, frankly speaking, I'm observing that news about COVID-19 have been stopped, not stopped, have been stopped intentionally. No country is giving right news. No country in world. Like American reduced quantity numbers means fabricated news are coming from all over the world, not real news. And that is political, everything is political here. America is thinking of its politics in November election, just like Poland is thinking of election, just like many other countries are thinking of elections. Elections are happening everywhere, and this can't be stopped, because COVID is not even going tomorrow. It will be there for many, many years, so life can't stop. And this will happen. Now, I stop this. Thank you very much for COVID. It's only indicative. I put COVID like this, just to. Otherwise, in this room I don't need this, because I'm alone here, and this is it's second floor, so there's no such. Now I'm going to management issues. Usually, a few minutes I take in management, project management, total quality, project management, all kinds of projects involved, basics of that management, and in particular construction and construction engineering means design, and construction engineering means all kinds of subjects involved in that, all types of disciplines involved in management. Still I'm writing management because people know management. People don't think what's organization and what's quality here. That's the most important point, means quality. When I say quality, means quality in totality, quality, overall quality. It's not simple quality control or quality management. It's systems management, I say. And that's what quality is all about, means every system must function according to its intention, its objective, to achieve its objective, whatever given charter of that project. When I say project, means project charter automatically is involved, though people may not understand what is charter, but actually what happens in the original when you start a project, or you have intention to start a project, if it gets started, that's complete details written in that, and everything happens like that. So that's the project charter is all about. And after that, I like to speak about, now on this I'll speak about FIDIC, as well as FIDIC I'll talk, and before that maybe I take another one talk, and that is concrete. We have already done concrete QCS, and now I'll take general condition, general specifications, or general way projects are managed. That's a kind of specification in part 1 of chapter 1 of QCS. I talk of concrete, that is chapter 5 of QCS. QCS means Qatar civil specifications. It doesn't mean that I'm just, this is a reference only I'm taking. It applies to all specifications, but all specifications of concrete are almost equal. I started this this month, I think about maybe around 8th of June, I started this concrete talk from specification of QCS, which I downloaded from some source like script, and I yesterday tried to conclude this, and it was concluded yesterday up to that extent of concrete section 5, and so it took about date 8th of June till, you can say, 24th of, you can say 26th of June, about 19 days it took. So you may take, say, whatever number 5 exactly, because the only part of the section, so it may take 2 hours per day. It could be in 18 days, 36 hours or 19 days, you can say. If you take from 8 to 26, 18 days or 19 days. So say around 30 to 40 hours I took to talk about this script wise in explaining that. That's all. So now I continue, and management, we call it, what is project, what is charter of project, just like what is charter of life. Everywhere there is a charter, though we may not say use this term charter, but charter is charter, means what is your graphics, what is your mind, how you move your life, but you don't use that. Graphics is there, charter is there. A chart exists everywhere for everybody. What chart say, what do you understand by that, all those points must be clearly understood, and that must give you answer for every problem. And now project management, that's very important part of our system of life. Project management, or you can say organizational management. Organizational management is very important point, very important part of life. I just take a common talk on management every day, not because you do not know that, but I just want to recall and reintroduce it again and again in one form or in other form. So I'm just trying to explain something which is in my mind, and I'm happy that I'm able to explain that. What is actually organization? You may be a contractor, one may be client, one may be employer, one may be consultant, one may be in whatever level on project. Project means a destined time, a fixed time where you have to complete that proposal. If I work as a contractor, or if I work as an employer or engineer, I have responsibility everywhere. That's main point, means ultimate responsibility is delivery of something. Even if I say, if I am merchant of tea selling, let's say this example. Tea selling, we say, oh, it's very small job. Yes, it's a small job, but it is a job. Let's say carpenter, oh, it's a very different job, but a technical job. Right? It's a technical job, traditional job, vocational job. Carpenter, mason, fitter, welder, plumber, electrician, many more and more and more. Duct worker, you can say, steel fixer, you can say. These are not very high profile jobs as far as project organization is concerned. But jobs are jobs. These are also very small jobs, but also two big jobs. If some of them is not available on project is held up. That's also a point. If some of these is not available, even though 1 or 2% is required there, 1% is required, 2% is required, no, you cannot complete project until that person is available. We have to understand this point. We should not simply say, we cannot simply say anything we believe in. What we talk, management says you have to justify that. Means whatever you do in your life, if you are an educated person, in whatever field, particularly where money is involved, where logic is involved, where technical knowledge is involved, where education is involved, where your mind is involved, in all those callings, in all those, you can say, occupations, in all those businesses, in all those professions, you are required to use your capability. In whatever vocation you are, from lowest to highest one, from a skilled person, I mean to say, whatever trades I'm talking about, all these are skilled people, not semi-skilled, skilled. Carpenter, mason, fitter, electrician, plumber, welder, or whatever else, steel fixer, and many more. They're all skilled artisans or skilled craftspeople. You have to say like that. You can't say worker only or labor only. That's insult to all those people. If it's a labor, I'm also labor. I'm an engineer, I'm labor. Everybody's labor because everybody has to work. So do not uniformize something. Understand. Understand facts of life. When I say profession, what does it mean? Word using profession is very beautiful. Professional. Professional, vocational, traditional. These are all subparts of that. Professional, when you say somebody is professional, what does it mean? Professional means you have some knowledge, you have learned something, some highly advanced subjects you have learned beyond normal. You have gone into in-depth studies of those topics or subjects, and that much intensive study that you extract every plus and minus, every, you can say, the fact, you can say merits or demerits, or procedures, or formula, or theories, whatever is there, you got understanding, preliminary understanding if you got master understanding of that. Because master understanding comes at the end of life. So, or during your experience. So profession means what actually? If I say I'm a professional, you are a professional, or someone is a professional, what does it mean? What do I understand is, it's your expertise, it's your advanced knowledge, it's your knowledge of that much level where, or to acquire which status, you need in-depth studies for long, for many numbers of hours. It's not just I see cover of a book or go through pages, oh, okay, I have done this, that's fine. You close book and say, no. Here you have to study that book. Not that book, many such other books. If you study them, you can say, yes, I am getting more and more knowledge. And you study more and more on that knowledge, on that subject or subjects, you will get more and more. And a stage comes when you start being critical with that, means you can raise questions out of from what you study and link those questions and answers, or questions to answer and answers to answers. Then you get immersed in those subjects. That immersion of your mind into those subjects is very important property, which so many such subjects, when summed up many such subjects of immersion state, you can say that you are in a circuit of knowledge, and the continuance of circuit of knowledge, and successfully thinking about that and analyzing all those what you are learning there, analyzing and reanalyzing and understanding and finding difficulties and solutions, thinking of problems and finding solutions. That's what we call profession. Advanced study, not theoretical study, practical study, application based study. Just like we say science is basics and engineering is applied science. Application of those projected formula from science. And there's no one formula in engineering in any field. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of formula, which are dried one as well as which are empirical one. And those are dried one, no one can question them, because dried one based on some theory, based on some thesis, based on some considerations, based on some assumptions. So all these constitute basics of profession, basics of expertise. Profession says you have to do according to what I say and get work done or get problem solved. So if your knowledge is able to solve this problem, there may be many of problems in your world. There are many problems in the world, all over the world. Those problems are civil problems, those problems are society problems, those problems are political problems, or those problems are, works problems. They are problems which relate to individual life, personal life, social life. Those problems must be solved. For example, everybody wants to drink water, everybody wants to use water, Everybody wants to use sewer line. Everybody wants to go to toilet. Everybody wants to eat. Everybody wants to drive. Everybody wants a road. Everybody wants a roadway. You will say life requires all all means to live comfortably and efficiently. We need road, we need railways, we need flights, we need shops, we need industries, we need factories, we need every sort of infrastructure we need, and we need home to live. All these are parts of development of every country. These are not simple considerable items. These are very expensive items. But because there is no one man responsible for this, whole society or economy is responsible for that, so this can be arranged. Simplicity says that development is for all countries there's development, for whole world there's development. So projects, thousands of projects in every country, thousands of people in every country, on every project. When there are thousands of such projects, so we must have that extensive knowledge of projects. And that knowledge does not come from books. That knowledge comes from your analytical study, your understanding, your experience, your education background, and what experience you have in life. Experience is a part of education. It's not simply saying, I have experience is nothing. Experience means you must have learned post your qualification, whatever educational or academics you have, passing that one, and post working, you learned for many years something which you were not able to learn during your educational years, and that learning is based on professional work, professional activities. So you are not only professional, you are professionally experienced person. You are professionally oriented. It's not professional alone. You are a professional. You are working on a professional. You have been working for years, and during working for years, if you did not work, that's different. If you worked, if you accepted risks, if you accepted challenges, and you involve yourself to set those challenges right, or to help whatever risks you faced or whatever problems you faced, you try to solve them for required results, which are permanent or which are not permanent, depends. But you use your capacity to resolve those. That is real education after your theoretical education in your university. So that engineer who resolves problems in field, that engineer resolves one time, second time, third time, fourth time, and keeps on resolving those problems. Those problems then remain no more problems for that engineer or that person. First time it may be a difficult one, second time not difficult, third time not at all difficult. And then that person thinks, I can solve this even in my dreams or in my during sleep. That person is not a student professional, that person is master professional. Because that person has by experience learned much more than he could learn in university. Because in university you have set timings, you have set lectures, and you cannot go beyond that. You have to do otherwise on your own. So in field, you have a lot of opportunity to learn. Nothing can be confined to some description. Your description must change all time. Whatever you describe today, it's not necessary that tomorrow same description works. There may be some extension or some curtailment in that, or some replacement in that. Just talking confined to subject syllabus is one part of education, which is constrained one. But when you are free, that's always freelancing, and you are free to work. You have plenty of time. If you want, you can spare that time, and that time is used for knowledge development, for personal development, and that's where you have to be serious. If you are serious in your life, if you set goals every day, if you do on those goals, move on those goals, then certainly you will find something better than nothing. When I talk of project, it doesn't mean that you have a project. I'm just trying to say that you have to be ready for a project that may come anytime in your life, and even if it does not come, life itself is a project. Life of everyone is a project. You consider everything as a project because project is never permanent. Project is never permanent. You know, two dates are certainly there on every project proposals. One date is date of start or commencement, and another date is date of completion. You can say date of mobilization of project and date of mobilization, or you can say date of completion of project, demobilization. Date of mobilization or date of demobilization. That's duration, means project duration, and whatever happens during that period. During that period, in whatever way, it's a live project or it's not live project, that project, those combination of activities are called project activities, and that work which is given to you or you are adopting yourself, it's called a project. So if you understand what project is, only then you can think on that. Project never ends, it doesn't happen. Project always ends. If you start a project today, one day you have to finish that. That is called project. That is called definition of project. Project cannot go beyond that, except when there are problems on that project. Financial problems, other problems. Project cannot move like that. So when I talk about that project moves like this, that's a period, there's a duration, then it's termination of project or completion of project. This means you have plenty of chance in life, and those chances won't be same. In one project there are one types of problems, in other project there are different types of problems and different types of working. On third one is another type, and fourth one another type. So what you go on doing in projects, that you construct those projects, and you refer to many systems on drawings, and many different time, many people who don't know you, because they have doubts, and that must be cleared with. When I say project organization or project management, that's actually very wide term. You cannot simply count that in one line. You cannot count that in one line, because in one line project definition cannot come in. Yes, you can title of that. You can keep it as a title, even if it's one or two lines. Just like you say knowledge areas, this and that. Project is different. While follow-up of project, when project is done, that's operation, that's another world, because project and maintenance of projects are different fields. You are expert of project delivery or project construction, not necessarily that you are expert of everything. Nobody can be expert of everything in a small period of life except your mindset. Your mindset should be smart enough, strong enough to conceive what could be done. That capacity one should develop. That capacity is very important one for every professional. When you learn something in university on project, you have to apply that in what form or other form. That's why it's called professional project, because you are doing something what you learn for. Whatever you learn from people or shopkeepers or someone else, every day you learn it. My consideration is that whatever you are doing in life, whatever, all somewhere do positive projects. And that point must be very clear to us when I talk of project. We cannot take it on lightly on light profiles. We cannot take projects on low profiles. Project cannot stay at low profiles. Yes, there are projects, there's very one day project today. They may call them projects, I don't call them projects. And that's why somebody call event management or activity management. Those are different. Actually, those are not managements, to be very frank. They are not organizations because you first in one day organization or 1 month organization. Can you call that organization? No. Where you are on responsibility, where you are on obligation, you want, ownership of that. Ownership. If I say I am starting this project or I am working on this project, maybe it's not my project, I am employed here, but till time I am on that project, in whatever capacity, I must consider myself owner of that project. Though I am not owner, but I have to consider myself owner of that project, so that when I am owner, I am more responsible than employee. If I keep in my mind that I am an employee, then I can't think that much for project. Because I am employee, I am getting salary, this is my daily joining time, and this is my daily demobilizing time or rest time. And that time I take rest, I don't bother about project. This happens. People really take something as their own. I don't know reasons for that. Why we should be selfish. When we work something, we should work by mind and soul. You can say mind and soul together. And when you say I work with mind and soul together, in that case you can use your total energy, your maximum energy for that proposal, for that project. So I don't see, in whatever projects I work in my life, I consider myself head of that project, the owner of the project, because in that case you have no limit, you have no bound that I can't cross this bound. And in our profession of construction, designs, etc., when we work on project, first of all, for such people like me, I should not bind myself by my working time. Yes, my working times are there for people, or are there. They have to think for themselves. It's how they conduct this profession themselves. There are certain duties, responsibilities, and everything in the organization. A person who is responsible, not necessarily he should bind, one should bind with those prescriptions, because those are minimum ones. You can devise yourself your responsibility in addition to minimum requirements of minimum job description. That's beauty of your own. If you do that, this means you have the stamina, you have that capacity, you can enlarge your responsibility yourself. And that's your potential. Nobody can stop that until somebody is kid. They consider like they can fight like kids. If I give my person who's paying me, or I am responsible for that, then why should I worry about all this? My only aim is, goal is, objective is to deliver what is required, what is desired of me, what is expected of me. I have to deliver. Again I say, my organization is that way difficult. I have to beat myself in that case. Because I am not professional when I think that I am not professional. I have to be professional. You have to be professional. Civil engineer has to be professional, not just a servant. Otherwise, you can't thrive. I am promising you. In civil engineering, you can't thrive because there is no end of civil engineering, no end. Civil engineering is only a field where there is no end. You may die, but civil engineering may not die. That happens. We call project, but there is no one project in life. Every time you find new project. And civil engineering is such a vast subject. It's not building alone. There are many ways, many spectrums, many you can say disciplines or subjects in civil engineering, and these keep on coming more and more depending upon social development, world development requirements. These do happen. There was a time when there was no electricity, but electricity came and it changed scenario of projects. There were no water resources one time. There was no irrigation one time. Projects came, dams were built, canal, internet canal, you can say, network was delivered. So irrigation came on. It keeps, civil engineering means development, civil engineering means evolution of society. It applies everywhere. There was no sewerage system sometime. Even in our country, when I was kid, it was, I'm talking about 1950 or 60s, 50s, in which time I was small. I am 1955 born. So in 60s and 50s, I was too young, too small boy, not young, kid. There were no system, no sewerage. Not even WC, forget sewage, no WC. In those times, not even squirting system. So what we used to do, in my house in which I used to live that time, one room, about 12 by 12 or 10, I guess 12 by 12 feet, 4 meter by 4 meter or 3.5 by 5 meter. A stone, big stone was inserted in wall bearings, means on walls, stone walls. That complete stone was inbuilt, and there were two cut holes in that stone, long stone, so that two kids could sit on them and pass their stone. That system I've experienced when I was 4 or 5 years old, 6 years old, and that collected night soil, dropped night soil was picked up by sweepers, by those workers. That time we used to call them sweepers. Now we don't call them sweepers, but at that time we used to call them sweepers. Unfortunately, they used to pick up that night excreta and collect and transport it to some other place. I don't know where, but that was condition at that time. Such horrific condition. Just see power of those people who used to transport that after pickup. I am nothing what they could do. Just imagine those people. All this is management and organization we should think of. It's from where to where we have come. Think of psychology of those people. Really great people, I can say. I salute them because they did for me. What a courage they had. Night soil picking, which I could not do, my father could not do, my mother could not do, but they did it for what? Just for small amount of money? Just for some food? Means, okay, you may say they were born for this. I can't say they were born for that. I am against that statement if somebody says that humanity is humanity. If I can't do something myself, I can't expect other person to do that for me. First I try myself. If I can do, then I can do, you can also do. That's okay, that's justified, but it was very common. It was very common everywhere. Our development status was that at that time. So imagine in 1947 what it would be if it was in 1960s like that. No WC, no sewerage, no. When I was, there were some drains, open drains in the streets where I used to live. Both sides of streets, some open drains, very small sectional drains, and those used to flow to some chambers. There was no sewer line in those. They used to come. These same people used to come with some rubber masks, or you can say some other type of water containers, and with that they used to clean those drains, collect those, collect that liquid and transport again, at least a solid part of that. What shall you call those people? Still today there are instances, though there have been some development later on, means we got sewer system, though it was based on septic tank or whatever could be. Some development came in and we got rainwater system, we got sewerage system, we got water distribution system. Later on it happened, but too late means, but in those days, this means before freedom of our country, what would have been, a civic status of such. So if you compare them to now, it's very different. We are joking about all this now, what is project management, but that is also a part of management. Somebody doing that much service to you and you underestimate them. I can't underestimate those people who did that for me, because those people kept me hygienic, those people kept me clean. I was responsible for spreading that dirt, and they used to clean for me. At that time I could not understand because I was young, too kid. Nobody explained to me except see, these are like that, keep off them, or don't sit with them. That is psychology. That is psychology it is. But this is a part of organization. This is an organization as well. You can't say no. This was that type of organization. That's also organization. That's also management. They manage like that, and we forced them to manage like that. We did not think of any further, because continuation of that for centuries, and now we are boosting. That's why I want to concentrate on organization. Where do we organize like this? Where do we organize such a society which had no system and now boasting? Because you have not seen the system, you are young. Had you seen that system yourself, you would have different thinking, different thoughts. Just like I did not see calculator till I was, I think it was in 1980, or let us say 1980, or a little 2 or 3 years before that, I could see a calculator. I did see for that, and that time also I purchased it, but after long planning, I had to spend 550 rupees for that, from where to arrange. So I used to calculate myself, whatever numericals or other calculations involved, I used to calculate myself. If I could not use log tables for that, then I calculated manually, or before me there was slide rule. Why I'm telling, it is evolution, it is development that takes time. And whatever time you are in, you have to understand that management, that system, you can say, that philosophical organization, depending on existing circumstances, environment, you can say. That time environment term was not applicable like this is today, but still it was environment. When I was given a job in some government organization, I was there. there was a scheme that's called environment improvement, in which I used to survey some areas. They'll go and see where there are so many people staying, five families are staying in some building, old building. You take measurement and see how many WCs are required there, how much floor, common floor area is required there. That type of work was done, and I am sure this was somewhere before 1978 or like that. That's called environmental improvement, in which every house was allowed WCs without flushing, and of course WC, and allowed some common flooring where everybody used. So that was named environment improvement, and I also shared that one. So means a kind of development started for public, and today we are at different heights, but we should not forget our ground zero, or whatever ground plinth we had. That organization was manual. Now we are organized in computer world. That's different. Education system has changed. Our complete organization to live, organization to work, organization to socialize, organization to conducive way of meeting people. Completely every act has changed, every scene has changed. But it doesn't change in one day. It took time, because I was very small boy, 5 to 6 or 7 years, and now I am 50, I'm 66, a period of about 60 years, you can say 55 to 60 years. I have seen that period to period, stage to stage. This was a change of organization from that time when there was no WC to be used, and now when every system is available. So means change takes time, and it depends upon what type of people you are and what is your standard of living, and can you improve that. Today's living is also temporary, it won't do that way. Example, COVID. If you know that long back WCs were used, that's true. Also with WCs, bidets were used. BIDET. Bidet means another seat which was placed next to WC in your bathroom. That bidet seat was used to ablute you when you pass your excreta. You flush that part and come on to other one, use that for ablution of your anus part, anus and surroundings. That part I know, because I am an engineer. I use that bidet in my flat in Doha and somewhere else, and I also use those items on projects as a permanent work, permanent item of work, that part. So that bidet system means there was no requirement of any toilet paper, and particularly it was used in Arab world. I have seen that, because Arab nature is little different. They want not what British wants. British use toilet paper, American use toilet paper. Americans now they are realizing that that point, this weak point, and they are realizing that they did a mistake. Those West people, they are realizing their mistake, that because a lot of trees are cut for that paper, toilet paper. So they are changing now. They think, okay, we go back to bidet system. That's what I'm saying, there's a change. I saw one very big news about bidet, BIDET, WC and bidet combination. Of course, that's very comfortable. Now, in our country, what we are doing, we are just putting one jet in WC. Though it's not hygienic, but we are doing because we want to spoil our minds. It's not hygienic, yet we are doing that. Okay, jetting and then flushing. Or flushing and as you say what we are doing. But You see, we used to stamp on needles, We are that expert. We can stamp on needles, we can stamp on something, we can write our name on that. Well, I'm not going to say something wrong that about ourselves. I'm talking of management and organization and organizational thinking. Organizational management and organizational thinking. And German people think a lot about this, means they conduct a lot of research on even speed of water flowing through WC or speed of water flowing through such units. How to speed up that, how to increase that. Such people are very minutely intelligent. Some people enter into such, even it's small item, but it's an important item of life. So it depends on your thinking, school of thought you have inside your brain, how you take up your responsibility. Everything is not same, remember. All aspects are not same. Item to item, work to work, time to time, place to place, everything changes. Everything changes. And that's what we have to adopt. Either you adopt change or you create a change, you make a change. And mostly engineers are required to change. That's the main job of the engineer. Engineer professionalizing in work. Main job is to change. Not change in designs alone. Change in every discipline or every section of your field, of your profession. Change also a must. That's a part of management. If you can't change, you can't think. Means change is also related to thinking. Think this, think that, think this, think that, do this, do that, we say. Do it and check it, verify it, again do it and find more and more. So management is something, if you really do, it's not because I have a title of manager and don't do anything, I am manager now, finished. That title, by that title, you are not manager first of all, you are not organizer first of all. I don't depend upon titles. Titles are written only, not given. Titles are written only, not given. I'm saying somebody gives a title, you are manager of my company, or you have to organize this. That person can give you a title, but that person cannot make you that. And by this title, you are not made manager. You are just given instructor. For me, you work as manager. I pay you this much. Still, that is questionable. You can't say you are manager even after you have a title. You have to prove it. Yes, title would allow you authority, that's okay. It gives you an authority to work. Authority does not mean beat someone. It's not warrant like that. Even warrant can't allow you to beat someone. You have to do that job, then you can say, I am this. Title does not mandate you that level as your work, as your performance. You have to perform. That's main important point, perform. And if you cannot perform, you fail. That's what I say. If you can't perform, you fail. What I'm trying to concentrate on is not project, not management, but on total quality. Total quality. As this example I gave to you about collection of stool in those days, there was no one to think about that, how to improve it. Only some people suggested, who were educated that time, or who were, I don't know who suggested or what suggested, because we were all small people, not even educated, not even school going maybe, or in initial stages of primary schools. So nobody could expect us to think about that, and our society, our people, parental people, did not think of that. Somebody might have thought, some intellectuals from around the world, and this development started. I remember still one statement given for Institution of Engineers India, that before 1920, education of engineering was absent, industrialization was absent. This time British period it was. So British thought that there is absence of industrialization. Maybe they were thinking because they might have with them in England or some other where they ruled. So they thought to develop wherever they stayed. And this is also a part of their controls. They constituted one commission for this purpose, to suggest or to report to how could industrialization of this country be achieved. They did that. So a commission was formed, and commission reported that one institution should be established. One can say institution must be established for industrial development. So this society was there, Institution of Engineers India. Government constituted this institution. Government constituted as a company, or you can say society. Later on that was changed to status of chartered body of Bharat. You can say that was for start of industrialization of this country. This institution should suggest something on that and involve itself with that, with engineering education and engineering practice. I am referring that one because I am talking of professionalism. I am talking of lead teaching. I'm not very hider of what's happening to me. But this used to happen. So I am saying is, evolution goes like that. So my professional understanding is not may seem like yours. I am not taking profession as a basic or absolute. I am taking profession as a means, as a platform to raise yourself. Otherwise, when you have some knowledge, you apply that knowledge successfully and keep on applying knowledge when you are in opportunity. That is what profession means. Whatever education you got in your college or university, you must do that job. That's called professional activity. And if you do just without any education, you don't know anything, you just do something, that's not professional activity. Where knowledge counts, where work counts, where formula counts, where theories count in work, that's called professional activity. And for me, professional activity is very important. It is important. What I am to say is, profession is created. It's not absolute basic. We can change it, it can change us. That is profession. Because as much knowledge you apply, more and knowledge you develop, you apply and develop. If you apply knowledge, you develop knowledge. And if you don't apply, you don't develop. Whatever you learned in your profession, if you don't apply that, your learning got no meaning, because you are not doing work. If I say some formula exists and that formula is not applied with, what's the purpose of that formula? If I say bending moment of a simply supported beam is WL square over 8. We know it. Everybody knows it. And we know that this is a part of engineering. But knowing is enough, you think? If I know that, it's enough? No, it's not enough. First of all, I have to understand how does it come WL square over 8. How does it come means I have to understand derivation of that. It's very basic question. Derivation is a part of knowledge. After all, somebody did that. That's why I am saying WL square or 8 is bending moment of simply supported. Simply supported means there's a beam here. Let us say this is a beam. As a beam, there are the two supports, and no, these supports are not fixed. These supports and these supports and these supports, these are free, means it's resting like this. And if I remove this, it can come down. It's resting like this. If I remove this, it can come down. That's called simply supported beam. I am giving an example. It doesn't mean this is part of this talk. I am just trying to say how this formula is reached. It was reached by theory. It was reached by calculations. There's some formula how to calculate that. It's not imaginary formula. It's not your empirical formula. It is derived formula, derivation. Why is called? Let us say that we say on this beam there's a load. This is a load here, uniform distributed. We call it W. Let's say L is the span of this. So WL is total load. This WL is total load. Half is WL over 2 is here. Means WL is total load here. Half is here, supported here. Half is supported here. Means this load down here. It is supported by this. This is supported by this. This means these are reacting that load WL over 2 and WL over 2. So what we say, WL over 2 into half on this. WL over 2, right? WL over 2 into L over 2. WL square over 4. WL square over 4 means here. And then this load at this point, this load is acting. That's what's this way. So WL over 2 is here. WL over 2 into L over 4. WL over 2, this WL over 2 here is acting half point at this point. So when you deduct that one, you will find that formula. So that's a derived formula. Means that is not your control. It is defined one. It is set one. It is definition. You have to accept. There is no need of experience in that. But you have to develop that. You have to develop it. And if you do not understand this and don't apply this, then you are not working professionally. This is the simplest formula I told you. It works in engineering and every engineer knows it. If you ask in dreams, a civil engineer, what is bending, what is bending moment of? What's maximum bending moment is simply supported uniform distributed load. That will tell you the plus 8. Fine, it's okay. This I am giving an example only. If you calculate a beam and you apply this formula, you get resultants of that. Or what does it mean? It doesn't mean your work is over, because that beam is going to fall when you apply that load. You have to provide something in that beam that load which or that the moment that is coming, that does not let beam fall. That should be It's provided with resistance that this beam stays there. That resistance must be provided, and that means where application is, this is application of that one. We consider WL score 8, and this is going to come down like this because of this. So we have to provide something in that beam so that this beam does not come down. That is purpose of formula. If I have to let beam come down, there's no meaning of calculating this form. What form calculating this? Application of that formula is that I have to provide something in that beam in some form that this beam does not come down, does not bend by that load, does not break or does come down or does not move. That is purpose of formula. We have to use this formula in our engineering problems, and there are hundreds of such formulas, not one. These are all derived formula, and there are also, experience-based formulas or observations-based formulas, which are called empirical formula. That's why I say sometimes some engineers are so confused that they may not even know what is deflection, they say collapse of building, but how did building collapse? They can't understand. So my management or organization is something else. It's the thinking world that's management or that's organization. It's a world of thinking, worlds of skepticism, worlds of imagination. Imagine. I was reading one book, and it's again, best engineer is that, best design civil engineer is that, who keeps on thinking, how can I enlarge span of this beam safely? I mean to say, if they say, no, this is a beam here, let's say, there's a beam here, right? The span is very limited. If I extend like this, span goes on increasing. This means forces on this beam are going to increase. Isn't bending moment is going to increase, shear force is going to increase. All these are going to increase, and increased forces means this beam would fail. So what issue? We have to strengthen this beam according to requirement. So if you say, I have a longest beam in my mind, can I do that? That's the point where engineer has to think. That's the point engineer has to think, because engineer has to think for safety. If my beam breaks, how can I say I'm professional? My beam should not break. It should work on intended loads. It can take, as I designed this, I said it should take this much load, it should take this much load. That is what I think. Right? That is called professional organization. I have to organize this beam. It's not only my site work I'm organizing, designs also. I'm organizing my methods. I organize a style of working. I organize my sequences. I have to organize my resources, which are public or the people or workers and staff and personnel. And similarly, I organize my machines, equipment. This is what I'm trying to say. We are not free of cost. We are not free. We are not freelancing in that way. Freelancing in mind. Yeah, freelancing in mind. It's not simply money matters. It's something. When you think like that and you work on, and people do it. I can't say I'm not. I'm just saying that. That's trying to explain why I think about management and organization. Every engineering knows. Everybody knows how to apply that. But that is called professional application. Professionalism. Those who don't understand this point, who sticks with drawings only, who do so, no, I've got this thing, I have to do this for that's it. That's not professionalism. Somebody is designing for you, this doesn't mean you cannot raise questions. Everybody has a right to raise questions. If you don't have the bottle back, if I say, I don't use the bottle again, right? It's time to time management, time to time change in organization. There was a time when there was no RCC. There was a time, no RCC. There was a time when only stonework was done. There's a time, no bricks. There was a time when bricks came in, no RCC. Then there was a time RCC came in, priestess came in, and then more and more technologies are coming in. Still, RCC is dominant. We have to be very specific on these points. Means we cannot simply say we have to do it. That's why I'm trying to explain about professional organization. I don't consider few group people to be organization. Or you sit in an office and says organization. No, that's not organization. Organization is what you do. What you do successfully is organization. Therefore, it's not easy to understand organization. Organization is not what your planner says. That is your different organization. Well, I don't want to waste time for nothing, but I want to inculcate difference of management and professional organization. When I say professional organization or professional management even, this means something different. It's not ordinary management. And I should say that don't be proud of your degree. Some people are dying, some old people around the world, and those people are also very impressed with those people, and they can't allow this, don't allow this polish to be cremated off in graveyards, because they want to have blessings from those people. Now, I think there's no use to talk of this anymore. If you had to understand, you might understand. Till now, it's very much true. That's why I took up last time concrete issue for explaining what is concrete, and I used to call this professional management or concrete management, one and same thing, because concrete means everything is concrete. It's not simply concrete material. So now there are two points now. One is a section. This is a general introduction. Wait a minute. I'll take another file also for going further, because I want to take something else also together, and that is now there are 2 points I'm going to discuss with you, and of course I'll take one in detail. And these points are: we have already done, what do you call it, concrete. I have done concrete already, and that's beautifully done to my understanding. Very good done. So I'm now coming to saying Qatar CQCS, and that is general. And also to FIDIC, to FIDIC. FIDIC red and silver. Might be of thinking why I'm doing like this. What's purpose behind this? Electricity is off. What's purpose behind that? That is a good part, good question to be asked. What's purpose behind that? Why I'm so concerned about this? Why do I think this should be taught to people? No, I'm not teaching them, first of all. There's no point in teaching those who know well. All civil engineers know this, and if you are not aware of this, they learn it, no problem. They know it, a lot of this, they know it. My part is not teaching. My part is only dissemination of information. Nothing else. Dissemination information is already known, but ignored. Dissemination information which we know, but we generally ignore. That's my point of view to share with you. People know FIDIC, people know contracts, people know specifications. They know. They know this everything. I agree with that. They may not know in details, but in parts they know it. They know at least that there are subjects, if they are not studied them, or they forget, you may say. They forget. Yes, they can forget. But there are subjects. There are subjects and there are references which we know. But remember, what you know does not mean you know forever. Today I read something, I know that. Now it's up to me how much I pick up that. Sometimes I'm not concentrating. Sometimes I read a book, but my mind is somewhere else because I think I can study this, I can study this at this same time. Same time. Is it possible? Because this subject, which I call specifications and also contracts, these are not daily use subjects. When you had that type of project, you may use these subjects. Otherwise, you won't use. Generally what happens, we forget what we study. It's natural, and it's not that it's our people all over the world are used to forgetting. They remember only that which is useful for them every day. Otherwise, when you need something, some information, you do not have that in writing in written form. Then you have to find that book or that reference, that's the source, and then you refer to that one and find. Then you understand that one. But it's only for those highly placed professionals. For ordinary people like me, ordinary people, we have to deal a lot technically. We have to deal a lot with technically. We need everything. I want to do concrete, I should know everything about concrete. I want to do block work, I should know everything about block work. I want to do excavation, I should know everything about excavation. This happens. one general engineer asked some question on some website. I am structural engineer, I am civil engineer. I want to, do I have competency to issue soil investigation report? Now, a civil engineer is asking this question. My question to civil engineer is, why do you ask this question? You are a civil engineer. Means you have learned something, that's why you are an engineer. Now, if you have confidence in you, then you should talk of that building. My purpose of specifying references for specifications to just recall what he could not remember. And there's always update on every information involved. Updated information is better than dated information. And of course, I'm not going to use that because I'm not, very actively busy in profession because of my age and because of my broken circles, because broken links with people. I usually, though I call myself freelancer, but I don't get usually jobs because my rigidity, or you may say my stupidity. Well, I'm stupid also, you should know, because I am too rigid. I know I'm too rigid. I know that my nature of working, my nature of thoughts does not meet Indian standards, Indian style. I know that. People here usually call me that I'm not practical. I don't mind that. I'm not practical. Okay, no problem. First, I don't understand what is practical. That's my problem. And nobody explained to me what is practical. But they say, particularly those who are not engineers, and they know me, usually call me that. I'm not suitable to this country. That also surprises me. That I'm not suitable for this country. I agree with that. Because I have compared working of this nation and nations where I worked in my Gulf career or Middle East career. There's a lot of difference in attitudes of people, approach of people. Our people at this time and our people when I was young, and people in those countries when we joined that in Arab, nature of Arabic and nature of Devi and nature of everybody. I consider, according to them, myself rejected. You are practical if you do what people want. If you don't talk of specifications, if you don't argue something, you are good. Many people argue a lot. I argue a lot. Means I should not argue, right? No, they don't say no. Then why do you object? It's same thing I said before. I concrete some column without knowing what I am doing, without even understanding why I am doing this. This is what our system is. What do you do if you do not know that thoroughly? Then how it is professional work? It's not professional work. How you deal with people? If you don't know your responsibility, if you don't know your scope, how shall you deal? You have food to eat. Without knowing what food is, how is it going to scratch? You have pushed them through profession without giving them knowledge of profession. What do you expect them to do for you? Good work? No, never. And this is my challenge to all community of engineering. If you don't know definitions, if you don't know specifications, if you don't know contracts, don't accept assignment. Not only challenge, open advice. Even if you are too young, doesn't matter. You read documents, you read everything, then do job. But I know their understanding of engineer is different, their understanding of profession is different. This is only reason I want to share my experience with them. What I think, I'm not saying I'm master of that. Of some experience do I have. I'm just sharing that experience portion with you people, so that you may better think of changing yourself also. You may think that I'm trying to buy your value. So, what I say is, my suggestion is that you have known about concrete specifications at international level. I'm interested also that you should know something about general specifications and also FIDIC. I have reached FIDIC last chapter. Then I will start silver, FIDIC silver. These 2 points are very important from the engineering viewpoint. I'll just introduce these subjects now. These are not actually introduction, they're just referencing them. This is general section 1 for in QCS, that's Qatar civil specifications. Otherwise, we have taught about 250 pages of concrete specifications. Now, there is a specification that's called general specification. That is Qatar section 1 part 1 general, in which you can say there's index like this. General, the scope of the section scope of Qatar construction specifications, then scope of Qatar construction references and proceedings of specifications and documents, compliance, and then compliance with Qatar construction specification, compliance with general conditions of contract, and there's the standards, then reference to standards, government published specifications, regulations, notices, and circulars, and survey marks. Now, if you go further, terms and definitions. What are those terms? Say general, approved, contract documents, contractor drawings, engineer representative, government's department and utility services, guarantees, independent agency, owner, permanent work plans, project documentation, singular and plural site, specifications, specified temporary works blocks. Then you can say this is also, you can say permanent work, or you can say drawings, engineers, representative, government and government departments and utility services, guarantee and independent agency, owner and permanent works plans, project documentation, singular and plural site, and singular and plural site specifications, specified temporary works and works. Then the abbreviations and symbols in general site condition, language, contact language management, introduction again, and we repeat that one. This is what that said. Index. Now let's say about introduction. I'm just going to brief this. I'm not going to speak a lot today on this because I have to finish that book and then start. Silver would also, I think, if I have time, I'll start today itself. Now it says that in general, this section specifies general clauses applicable to works being carried out in accordance with this specification. And that is the scope of Qatar construction specifications. It's because Qatar name, therefore, I say that durability is more important than something else. It says this clause is the clauses scope of Qatar construction specifications. Clauses in these specifications are applicable to each and every part of work. Clauses in these specifications are applicable to each and every part of works. These you can say their function is to bring together all those statements which are normally common to most types of works. Then Qatar construction specification applies to entire works, whether on site or in yards, workshops, and factories employed elsewhere in connection with works. References is all very important. It says that in references, there are so many, I will take only few. Following standards are referred to in this part, and that is, let us say BS 6100, that is building and civil engineering vocabulary it is, that is BS 6100. Building and civil engineering vocabulary. Now BS ISO 800,000, BS ISO 800,000, quantities and units it is. Then BS EN 1991-1-4, that is Eurocode 1 it is, of course, and actions on structures, general actions, wind actions. Then there's BS EN 1992-1-1-1, that is Eurocode 2, design on buildings. Now it's 80,000 have sound. Europe 1, Code 1, Eurocode 3, and ASCE/SEI and 7-05. Minimum design loads and buildings and other structures. What I have seen that people are not very interested in these references. They should be, but they are not. Like this kind of houses, so that I can at least use this only for my better conditioning of life. It's very humid, of course. Let me see if I can. I should put off that window. Just when I'm coming. There's some water, I'm feeling a little drowsy. Just put some water here. It will cool, little cool my leg because humidity is very high and it's more than 30 degrees. Now, guide is then minimum design loads are ASC and slash SC17 and 05. Minimum design loads for buildings and other structures. These are all references and nobody is going to read them. Whenever is required, you have to read them. And it's your duty to read them if you want to know more and more, otherwise it's up to you, nobody is forcing you. Then you can say Guide to Design of Concrete Structures in Arabian Peninsula 2008. There is one document of 2008, maybe updated now. So Guide to the Design of Concrete Structures in Arabian Peninsula. Then Seismic Hazard and Seismic Design Requirements for Arabian Peninsula region. And 14th World Conference of Earthquake Engineering, October 2008. And then you can say Civil Aviation Authority wind records. That is, you can say Civil Aviation Authority wind records, Ministry of Communication and Transport, Department of Civil Aviation and Meteorology. Wind records this is. Then precedence of specification documents, how they consider A, particular condition of contract, and B, general condition of contract. C, project specification, project specific specification, and then project specific and general drawings. Project specification and general drawing. Particular conditions of contract, general conditions of contract, project specific conditions, project specific and general drawings, Qatar construction specification. So these are 5 documents are mentioned. Look, particular conditions of contract, number 1. Particular conditions of contract. Then general conditions of contract. Then project specification, project specific specification, and then project specific and general drawings. Then Qatar construction specifications. This is a precedence of some specifications and documents. Let's say compliance now. There is one class compliance in that. I'm going to, I think, talk one chapter only today, and I start FIDIC in that case later on, because FIDIC was missed for many days. Now, compliance. Compliance. Compliance with Qatar construction specification. Unless otherwise stated in project documentation, contractor shall comply with every requirement of Qatar construction specification that is relevant to type of work forming any part of contract, and shall adopt whichever permissible option or alternative that is best suited to needs of construction work being undertaken. Information in contract documents as to whereabouts of existing services and means is approximate and for guidance of contractor who shall not be relieved of obligations under general conditions of contract. It says whatever information is in given documents, contract documents, or what is about whereabouts of existing services and means is approximate. It's approximate, says, and for guidance only. The guidance contractor who should not relieve on those obligations by doing that. Compliance with general condition of contracts. Compliance with general condition of contract. Qatar Construction Specification or QCS is intended for use with general conditions of contract. Alright, now go further. What says going general on this means complies with general conditions of contract, and you have to comply with provisions of general conditions of contract in course of construction of works. And standards, now reference to standards. Standards referred to in this specification shall be deemed to be version and or standards that for current 42 days prior to date of return of tenders. Now, the standard referred to in this specification shall be taken as reference only to an equivalent specification. Then, contractor shall have copies of all reference standards applicable to work being undertaken. Translations of standards not written in English shall be provided where necessary. Government published specifications, regulations, notices and circulars. Works shall be executed in accordance with following government specifications, regulations, notices and circulars. General conditions of contract. General conditions of contract. Qatar Construction Specifications QCS issued by Qatar Standards, Laboratories and Standardization Affairs. Alright, we say QCS issued by Qatar Standards, Laboratories and Standardization Affairs, Ministry of Environment 2014, and all revisions and addenda issued by same ministry prior to date of announcement invitation tenders. Code of practice and specification for road operations, road openings. So says that, let me repeat it again better for your clarification. Qatar Construction Specifications QCS issued by Qatar Standards, Laboratories and Standardization. Okay, so after Ministry of Environment 2014 and of revisions and addenda issued by same ministry prior to date of announcement inviting tenders. Now, Code of Practice and Specification for Road Openings in Highway prepared by Ministry of Industry and Public Works, January 1992. Guide for Civil Users of Explosives in Qatar prepared by format Ministry of guide for civil engineers, civil users of its explosives in Qatar, prepared by former Ministry of Public Works, and then Qatar survey Qatar survey manual, uh, prepared by survey section of future of former Ministry of Industry and Public Works. Then Qatar traffic now let's go to this point, which is also same in combination. That's point F. Qatar Traffic Manual prepared by former Ministry of Public Works, and Qatar Higher Design Manual prepared by MMAA 1997. Loss. Yeah, brother. भाई इसको क्या लेना है यार. So, traffic manual, Qatar traffic manual prepared by former Ministry of Public Works, and Qatar Highway Design Manual prepared by MMAA 1997. Then Traffic Control of Road Works Manual issued by former Ministry of Industry and Public Works. Then rules, regulations and code of practice for design and installation of air conditioning, heating, ventilation and refrigeration. I'm going very slowly today. Traffic Control at Roadworks Manual issued by former Ministry of Industry and Public Works. Rules, regulations and code of practice for designs and installation of air conditioning, heating, ventilation and refrigeration, that is called ACHVR, System for Government Buildings, second edition 1989, and prepared by Qatar General Electricity and Water Corporation. Okay. Similarly, I can say, again read it, rules, regulations and codes of practice for design and installation of air conditioning, HVR, conditioning, heating, ventilation and refrigeration. That is ACHVR, it's called air conditioning, heating, ventilation and refrigeration. Systems for government buildings, second edition 1989. I don't know what's happening. continue today because I could not sleep properly. This happens every day. I'm getting different types of dreams. So says ECHVR systems for government buildings, second edition, 1989, prepared by Qatar General Electricity and Water Corporation, QGEWC. Regulations for installation of electrical wiring by former Qatar National Telephone Services. Then regulations for installation of electrical wirings, electrical equipment and air conditioning equipment. That is February 2006 edition, prepared by Qatar General Electricity and Water Corporation, QGEWC. Then rules and regulations for plumbing work, prepared by Qatar General Electricity and Water Corporation. Then rules and regulations of plumbing works, prepared by Qatar General Electricity, Water and Water Corporation, OQGEWC. Then any current and relevant regulations and notices or circulars issued by Public Works Authority, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Agriculture, including previous Ministry of Public Works and previous Ministry of Industry and Public Works. Qatar General Electricity and Water Corporation, QGEWC, including previous Ministry of Electricity and Water. Then Qatar Telecom, QTL, Qatar Billion. Okay, so actually this is a long para and it says current and relevant regulations, notices or circulars issued by Public Works Authority, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Agriculture, including previous Ministry of Public Works and previous Ministry of Industry and Public Works. Qatar General Electricity and Water Corporation, including previous Ministry of Electricity and Water Corporation, Water, Qatar Telecom, QTEL and the Qatar standards, and you can say Qatar standards, the Supreme Council for Environment. Then you can say Qatar Telecom, QTEL, Qatar Standards, Supreme Council for Environment and Natural Resources and for or appropriate local municipality prior to date of announcement, inviting tenders. Then State of Qatar Law number 30 of 2002 and all subsequent amendments concerning environment and natural resources protection, Article 6, 17, 19 and 35. The State of Qatar Law number 6 of 1987 and all subsequent amendments concerning materials and equipment from Qatar or other CCAST countries. Method of measurement and road and bridge work published by Ministry of Industry and Public Works, Civil Engineering Department, 1987. Then method of measurement and standard measurement of building works, published by Ministry of Public Works, Engineering Services Department, 1973, and then self rules, safety rules, not self rules. So sometimes, I'm reading something which is not very much technical but important. We have to understand that. That's why sometimes I feel drowsy and lost, because mind is not working as I'm reading. Safety rules. Safety rules issued by Electricity Networks Department of former Ministry of Electricity and Water. Jointing manual prepared by Electricity Networks, the Department of former Ministry of Electrical and Water. Labor Law number 14 of year 2004, published by Labor Department of Ministry of Civil Services, Affairs and Housing. Now, developers drainage guide prepared by Public Works Authority, 2007, Qatar Traffic Law number 19 year 2007, CDD Civil Defense Department Fire Safety Handbook, Civil Defense Law number 9 of year 2012, Worker Rights Booklet 2009, National Human Rights Committee. Contractor shall be deemed to have his own copy of government specifications, regular specifications and regulations, notices and circulars given to at A to L above, A to L T above. Now, where standard publication, specification, regulation, notices, etc. or correspondence refers to government ministry, department, division, section, etc., it will be deemed to be same as any accessor, ministry, department, division, section, etc., which has or may subsequently be officially promulgated by government of State of Qatar. I know text is very boring for engineers and to me also, but boring or no boring, if it is necessary, we have to do it. Now some technical points are survey marks. It defines what is survey mark. Defining survey mark, then some definitions like terms and conditions and definitions. Survey marks. Now this book which I am going to refer to you, this is Qatar section 1. This is page 246. 246. So survey marks, I don't know, put this for this one. Survey marks. Because my leg is seated up. I should think this blanket as well. This blanket is giving more problem, I think so. It's going to give it down. Give my legs better. Okay. Contractor shall consult engineers prior to any earth or other work to determine if work is likely to disturb survey marks. If engineer requires a survey mark to be removed, contractor will be responsible for creating survey mark to an approved design and specification and for resurveying point using survey companies approved by engineer authority. Right, understand? It means contractor shall consult engineer prior to earth work or other works to determine if work is likely to disturb survey marks. If engineer requires a survey mark, a survey mark to be moved, contractor shall be responsible for recreating survey mark to an approved design and specification and for surveying point and for resurveying point using survey companies approved by engineer authority, third party survey companies. This means of course contractor shall be responsible for protection of survey marks within boundaries of site for duration of contract period and shall be liable for all costs of any remedial work required by engineer. On practical completion of works, engineer shall issue a certificate stating that all survey marks, whether disturbed or otherwise by contractor, have been reinstated or protected to satisfaction of engineer. Right? In event of failure to comply with requirement of clause, engineer without prejudice to in event of failure to comply with requirement of this clause, engineer without prejudice to any other method of recovery may deduct cost of any remedial work after practical completion date carried out by engineer from any monies in its hands or which may become due to contractor. Now, terms and definitions. The general terms and definitions. this is chapter, actually I'm just going to talk in general. This is general chapter, and terms and definition must be general actually. And this is following terms and conditions shall apply when used within or in association with Qatar construction specification, terms which are restricted in their application to certain types of materials or workmanship are dealt with in appropriate section. Definition given in general conditions of contract shall apply to this specification. Now, approved. Approved means terms such as approved by, to approval as directed. What is meaning of approved? Means term such as approved. This term says approved, it is, we say approved by, we say to approval, we say as directed, we say, and like refer always to approval or directions given by engineer in writing. This means approved by engineer. Engineer must give approval in writing. Then contract. What is contract? This means binding agreement entered into between two parties, and contractor for construction of work. Now, contract documents means documents which together form contract, and contractor means party responsible for construction of works. Now, drawings included in project documentation. An engineer means party appointed by owner to administer contract. The engineer's representative means party appointed from time to time by engineer to perform duties on behalf of engineer, whose authority and delegated powers shall be notified in writing to contractor by engineer. Government means government of state of Qatar, including its ministries and offices. Government, department and utility services, which means governmental, semi-governmental, administrative, fiscal or judicial ministry, department, commission, authority, tribunal, agency, municipality or body, and shall include provider of electricity, gas, water, wastewater and other public services, and whatever party which with regulatory functions under laws of state of Qatar. Then guarantee is a written assurance. Guarantee is a written assurance that a material product, component, item of equipment, finishing or some other part of works meets certain defined standards or quality criteria and or lasts for a certain length of time. A warranty is same as a guarantee. A warranty is same as guarantee as defined in clause 1.4.17.1. So warranty is same as guarantee. Independent agency, means a party where specified in contract documents or as instructed by engineer as a approved agency who is responsible for specific tasks assigned to that party by contract documents. Owner means party for whom project is being undertaken and to whom handover of final product will be made. Mm. Permanent works. So what is honor? Means of party, means party for whom project is being undertaken and to whom a handover of final product will be made. Permanent works means permanent works forming part of works to be designed and or executed and completed by contractor under contract. Plant. Plant. Plant means irrespective of ownership, all plant facilities, temporary structure and accommodation, equipment, tools, appliances, apparatus, machinery, vehicles and other things required for design, execution and completion of works and remedying of defects whether imported or locally supplied, but excluding temporary works and any other things intended to form or forming part of permanent works. Now, again I am speaking this plant because it's important to understand why we call plant. It means irrespective of ownership, all plant facilities, temporary structures and accommodation, equipment, tools, appliances, apparatus, machinery, vehicles and other items required for design, execution and completion of works and remedying of defects whether imported or locally supplied, by excluding temporary works and other things, other articles or goods intended to form or forming part of permanent works. But excluding temporary works, remember, and any other some other things intended to form or forming part of permanent work. Now, project documentation. All documents associated with and applicable to project control, singular and plural. Singular and plural. Let me see. It was a state of half an hour, I think. I should put off my light better for half an hour to do, and let me see the status of this is still ongoing scanning. So I should put them I think I should put my I mean to say I have to see this. Alright, now wait a minute, I'll put my battery half an hour battery and light off just to save some part of energy. Just hold on please. Please stand up. Put off light. Just a minute please. Okay. Oh, half an hour sit without that. So I said singular and plural. Words importing singular only also include plural. Words importing singular only also includes plural, vice versa, where context requires. Now what is site? Site means places provided by owner. Places provided by owner where permanent works are to be executed and to which plant and materials are to be delivered, and other places that may be specified in contract documents or by an instruction of engineer as forming part of site. Specifications. specifications contained in contract, including any modifications or additions thereto, as may from time to time be issued or approved in writing by engineers. Specified. What is specified? Specified in project documents. And what is temporary work? Means temporary works of every kind other than plants required on site for execution and completion of permanent works and remedying of defects. Works. What is works? Works means all works supplied and services of any kind, including permanent works and temporary works. Works means all works, supplies and services of whatever kind, including permanent works and temporary works required for project and to satisfy requirements of contract documents. Now abbreviations and symbols. It generally says that the unit shall generally be in accordance with System International of the units and relevant provisions of BS ISO 80,000. ISO 80,000. Now, what are abbreviations are used in this? So let's say micron, we know micron, A ampere, then C is Celsius, small c is centi, small d is day, DIA is diameter, G is gram, H is hour, then HA is hectare, J is joule, K is kilo, L is meter, M is mega, M is meter. These people call nonsense. इनके घर तेरे पास फालतू भी है, उनका साल गया इसको इससे बात करता मैं नहीं बात करता किसी से बात हो गया डिस्टर्ब करते हैं बिना बात डिस्टर्ब करते हैं यार इनकी बात फालतू बात करो इससे J is joule, K is kilo, L is liter, M is mega, M is meter, M is milli, N is Newton, NO is number, NO capital N, small nr number, and capital NO number, and capital N is Newton. Capital PA is Pascal, and SEC is second, T is ton, V is volt, W is watt. Reference to technical society, institutions, association or governmental authority is made in specifications in accordance with following abbreviations. AASHTO, ASHTO, American Association of States Highway and Transportation Officials. ACI, American Concrete Institute. ANSI, American National Standards Institution. ASME, American Society of Mechanical Engineers. American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and ASTM, American Society for Testing and Material. AWS, American Welding Society, and AWWA is American Water Works Association. BS is British Standard, BSI is British Standard Institution, and C and CA is Cement and Concrete Association. CEE is Commission of Approval Electrical Equipment. Then CE, that is okay, Commission of Approval of Electrical Equipment. CIBSE, Chartered Institution of Building Services Engineers, and CIRIA, Concrete Industry Research and Information Association. CIRI, Concrete Industry Research and Information Association. Then CRSI, Concrete Reinforcing Steel Institute. Then CSS, Concrete Society, and DIN is Dutch Institute for Normung is German Institute of Standardization. And EIA, that was then I talked, Dutch Institute for Normung. Okay, then it is what? EIA, Electronic Industries Association, and EN, European Standards Euro Norm. Then FHWA, Federal Highway Authority, and then FM, Mutual Engineering Division. The GS, Gulf Standards, and ICE, Institution of Civil Engineers. IEC is International Electrotechnical Commission. IEC is International Electrotechnical Commission. IEA is Institution of Electrical Engineers. IEE is Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineering. ISO, International Organization for Standardization. Then we can say, let's say, or somewhere here, if I say this was Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, then International Organization of Standardization, LPC, Loss Prevention Council, and LPCB's Loss Prevention Certification Board. MMA is Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Agriculture. NEMA, National Electronic Manufacturers Association. Then NFPA, that is National Fire Protection Agency. PCI is Priestess Concrete Institute, and PWA is Public Works Authority, Ashgal. And then this is PCI, Priestess Concrete Institute, and PWA, Public Works Authority, Ashgul. QCS is Qatar Construction Specification. Then QGEWC, Qatar General Electricity and Water Corporation. QS is Qatar Standards and Laboratories and Standardization Affairs, Ministry of Environment, that is Qatar Standards, Laboratories and Standardization Affairs, Ministry of Environment. And ORIDO, Quality of Telecom Provider, ORIDO. Okay, ORIDO is its telecom provider, Qatar. Then SIS, Swedish Standard Institute, and UKDOT, United Kingdom Department of Transport, and UPDA, Urban Planning and Developing Authority. And then you can say VDE, Dutch Electrotechnical Association of Electrical Works. Then you can say VD is Verband Dutch Electrotechnical Association for Electrical Electronics Information Technology. Site conditions. Site conditions. Site conditions shall be assumed to be as follows for tendering purposes. Maximum ambient temperature 50 degrees Celsius, minimum ambient temperature 5 degrees Celsius, design ambient temperature 50 degrees Celsius, maximum metal temperature under sun 85 degrees Celsius, maximum ambient humidity 100%, minimum ambient humidity 20%, design ambient humidity 100%. 50-year return period wind speed. A nominal wind speed for 3 seconds gust and alright, then you can say minimum ambient humidity is 20%, design ambient humidity is 100%, 50-year return period wind speed, nominal wind speed is 3 second gust, that is 38 meter per second per ASCE 7-05/IBC 2012. Mean hourly wind speed is 25 meter per second per BS 6399-2. Mean 10 minutes wind speed is 27 meter per second per BS EN 199114. Yearly rainfall is 80 to 150 mm. Wind is very directional, and that wind W/N and W sector predominates for velocities greater than 8 meter per second or 30 km per hour. However, wind in coastal areas tend to exhibit a diurnal pattern with onshore winds during daylight hour changing to offshore at night. Temperature is relatively mild from October to May, and hot from June to September. Relative ambient humidity is generally low from October to May and generally high from June to September. Under certain climatic conditions, considerable condensation may affect. Let's say gradually get to understand this. As I said, rainfall is 80 to 150 mm. Then winds vary directional and that W dash and W sector predominates velocities greater than 8 meters, that's 30 kilometer per hour. However, wind is coastal areas offshore. In the coastal area tends to exhibit a diurnal pattern with onshore winds during daylight hours changing to offshore at night. Now, let's say temperature is relatively mild from October to May and hot from June to September. Relative ambient humidity is generally same, low from October to May and generally high from June to September. Under certain climatic conditions, a considerable condensation may take place. A considerable amount of salt is contained in atmosphere. A certain amount of salt is contained in atmosphere, which together with relative high ambient humidity can produce severe corrosion problems. So I say a considerable amount of salt is contained in atmosphere, which together with relative humidity or relative high ambient humidity can produce a severe corrosion problems. This time is now, what's I taken for battery? So 1 hour 14 minutes. I put battery on. I think I will take and risk. Let me put battery on. It's better. Otherwise, I forget. No, it's not the battery. Sorry, gentlemen. I'm disturbing you. Okay. Now, I say in this case corrosion problem I just tried because salt is available in atmosphere and because of high humidity corrosion problems were there. Now, distribution and occurrence of rainfall events are very erratic, very, you can say, very few distribution and occurrence of rainfall events are very erratic. Rainfall events are generally of high intensity with a short duration and usually occurs between December and March. Now, prevailing wind directions are from north to west, and seismic design for all building structures based upon local seismic accelerations recommended per ASCE 710, IBC 2012 or BSEN 1998-1 2004. Local seismic spectral accelerations based upon uniform hazard response spectra for 475 years and 2475 years return period as below. So says local seismic spectral accelerations based upon uniform hazard response spectra for 475 years and 2475 years, 475 years and 2475 years, the difference 2000 years return period as below. Let's see what it says. It's a very important point now. It says that There are three columns in this. So one is peak ground acceleration, PGA. Second one is 0.2 second spectral acceleration. One is peak ground acceleration, then 0.2 second spectral acceleration, G, that is SS, and third is 1 second spectral acceleration, G, that is S1. So let us see. In first one, peak ground acceleration, PGA, peak ground acceleration, and it is 475 years, then 475 years, and its given is 0.045. This is 475 years peak ground acceleration, and 0.1 in 2475 years. So in 2475 it's 0.1 and 475 is 0.045. Now in 2 seconds spectrum, what says? In 475 years 0.090, that's about double of 475 years there in peak ground. So in 2 seconds spectrum it is this 0.090, and in 2475 it's 0.147, while in 1/7 spectral this is 475 years 0.045, and 2475 years is 0.065 acceleration. Now, wind tunnel test is recommended for buildings under below criteria. Wind tunnel test is recommended for buildings under below criteria. What's that? Total building height is height exceeding 120 meter from ground. Let's say total building height exceeding 120 meter from ground. 120 meter from ground is you can say about more than 30 stories. Total building height exceeding 120 meter ground from 120 meter ground. Structure with irregular geometry or shape, and where you are considering wind tunnel test. So structure with irregular geometry or shape, or unusual terrain or surrounding structure in area, and any other factor for design requirements or designer recommendation. Now ratio, there are 4 points here written about wind tunnel test. Means they are recommend when building height, total building height is about 120 meters, and that's from ground, and other one is structure with irregular geometry or shape, you can say, or can say unusual terrain or surrounding structure in area, any other factors for design requirements or designers recommendations. Ratio of wind speed for any return period to 50 years. Ratio of wind speed for any return period to 50 years return period. Any return period to 50 years return period, wind speed as per Patrica and Shahid equation is capital VT over V50. So VT was equal bracket 0.36 plus 0.1 in ln bracket 12t. It's the ratio of wind speed for any return period to 50 years return period, wind speed per Patrica and Shahid equation is, that is Vt over V50 equal bracket 0.36 plus 0.1 ln bracket 12 ton bracket closed. Now building structure design working life shall be minimum as specified below. I think maybe it is reference from Eurocode, but let's see now what says. Design working life category, number 1 column. Number 2 is indicative design working life, second column. and examples as third column. What does it say? Let us see. Let us see what does it say. So 2 hours 58. I think I should start after this something on FIDIC. No problem, we'll start that one now. Now design working life category number 1. Indicative design working life, that is 10 years. In category 1, 10 years. And temporary structures, you can say in this case, structure or parts of structure that can be dismantled, you can say in this structure. Temporary structures or parts of structures that can be dismantled with intention of being reused aren't temporary structures. This is a note here. Temporary structures, and noting is structures or parts of structure that can be dismantled with intention of being reused are not temporary structures. Now, number 2, this is design category number 2, that is 10 to 25 years, replaceable, 10 to 25 years, that is replaceable structural parts. Replaceable structural parts, namely gantry girders and bearings. And 3, category 3, 15 to 30 years, and that is storage and similar structures. Then 4, category 4, 50 to 75 years, building structures and other common structures. After that, 5, category 5 is working life is 120 years, civil engineering structures like bridges, tunnels, etc. Now, language. Contract language, all communications, meetings and documents shall be in English. Now that's another part. That introduction part is over. Now we take use and maintenance of site. General in scope, the use of site general, maintenance of site general. So let's go there and see what's there. Use and maintenance of site general, it is scope. This part specifies uses and maintenance requirement of site. Let's say this part specifies uses and maintenance requirements of site. Related sections in this parts are as follows. Part 10, occupational health and safety. Part 11, engineer site facilities. Part 12, contractor site facilities. Now, use of site general. Site shall not be used for any purpose other than that of carrying out works. Temporary camps, housing and cooking facilities shall not be permitted on site unless otherwise stated in project documentations. When temporary camps, housing and cooking facilities are permitted, they shall comply with section 1, part 10. Alright, now maintenance of site. Wait a minute. Temporary camps, housing, cooking facilities shall not be permitted on site unless otherwise stated in project documentation. When temporary camps, housing and cooking facilities are permitted, they shall comply with section 1, part 10. Now, maintenance of site, general, in accordance with conditions of contract, site, equipment used upon it, and in mm, maintenance of site, in accordance with conditions of contract, site, conditions of contract, site, equipment used upon it, and work shall be kept clean all times. Now, part 3, site access and entry. Let me see where do we stand on time. So it's already through. I think I should start that. Your FIDIC better. This part 2 or whole will take up this tomorrow. So I should change my mind on this. My results over. So we have taken up 2 parts only today of this Qatar section 1. Now we are now to FIDIC. We are back to FIDIC here. Sorry. FIDIC is right now series. ये तो EPC टर्म्स को बता देना लेकिन ये हल्का लगता है यार. Now, before just concluding on FIDIC Red Book, I like to little give introduction on Silver Book, because we are going to do Silver Book after this. Conditions of contract, EPC, turnkey project. This is Silver Book, you can say. This is guidance for preparation of particular condition annexes, forms of securities, forms of letter of tender, contract agreement, and dispute adjudication, avoidance agent. Okay, now we will first of all we'll discuss on FIDIC conditions of contract for EPC turnkey projects. This is second edition. We'll talk. This is 2017 and ISBN 978-2-88432-0832. This is only for information now. And in copyright show will take later on. Now that's this information was. Now this copyright says, we'll see copyright, but let me just introduce. Now this copyright, as I said, 2017 FIDIC World Trade Center to 29 Ruby Paris Boys, Geneva Airport, CH-1215, Geneva, Switzerland, all rights reserved. I'm just giving you one para, then I'll shift. FIDIC is only copyright owner of FIDIC publications which are protected by Berne Convention for protection of literary and artistic works. International conventions such as TRIPS, TRIPS and WIPO. Copyright treated and national elections in a so we can say FIDIC is only copyright owner of FIDIC of publications which are protected by Berne Convention for protection of literary and artistic works, international conventions such as TRIPS and WIPO. Copyright freely translated. So we will start this study after concluding on Red Book, which I'm just going to. My Red Book was yesterday not complete, so I'm taking it to that point. We can talk on that. We are talking of how to how to make our clauses. How can you change clauses in particular conditions from general conditions that are set. So how we can do that? You have to understand that point. So currencies here. Now it says test after completion. I think we have taken this also, test after completion. यार ये मानते नहीं साले, क्या नहीं होता, हम डिस्टर्ब करते हैं यार, हम It says I was talking of how to change general conditions to particular conditions. That we have to find there. So test for completion, subclause 1182, test for completion. It was if contract specified, a contract shall design any part of permanent works, and if after such part has been taken over, employer wishes to carry out tests after completion on that part. Detailed requirements regarding these tests should be stated in specifications. Now, specifications should describe tests and employer will carry out to verify that part designed by contractor fulfills employer's performance requirements, which requires and should also state it here. Okay. It says the specification should describe test employee will carry out. Specification describe test employee will carry out to verify that part designed by contractor fulfills employer's performance requirements, which you know which requirements should also be stated in specifications. And it's like that. Further, it's recommended that consideration be given to including spatial provisions that are based on those of clause 12 in FIDIC conditions of contract for plant and design build. So it is necessary to introduce a new temporal terminology. If it's necessary to introduce new terminology into text of spatial provisions, each term should be carefully and properly defined using a clear subclause numbering system for new additional defined terms. It's recommended that numbering of new definitions does not interfere with numbering as originally intended in case conditions for necessary. So, so further it is recommended consideration be given to including provisions in spatial provisions that are based on those in clause 12 in FIDIC's conditions of contract for plant and design build projects, second edition 20710, which will refer that now. If it is necessary to introduce new terminology into text of spatial provisions, each term should be carefully and properly defined using a clear sub-clause numbering system for new additional defined terms. It's recommended that numbering of new definitions does not interfere with numbering as originally included in general conditions. For example, now new definition is B11 say axis. So this is an example. Safety regulations means employer safety regulations existing on site which contractor is required to follow. In some jurisdictions, it may be advisable to add additional definitions to clarify certain terms, expressions which appear in general conditions are not defined. For example, gross negligence means, we have talked actually, again I'm saying gross negligence means act or omission of a part which is contrary to most elementary rules of diligence, which a conscious employer or contractor would have observed in similar circumstances and or which show serious recklessness, disregarded for consequences of such an act or omission. Now that we have to clearly define that, because it says gross negligence means any act or omission of a party which is contrary to most elementary rules of diligence, which a conscious employer or contractor would have observed in similar circumstances, and or which shows serious Let's go to which shows serious reckless disregard for consequences of such an act or omission. It involves materially more want of care than mere inadvertence of simple negligence. Now, interpretation in relation to meaning of consent under subparagraph, it should be noted that it doesn't mean approve or approval, which under some legal jurisdictions may be interpreted as accepting or acceptance that requested matter is virtually wholly satisfactory, following which requesting parties may no longer have any responsibility or liability for it. Notices on other communications. Let's sit down and change now in position. Just to take a little change. Interpolation in relation to notices on other communications. If notices are only to be given in paper format by post, consideration may be given to increasing particular time scales for notices in conditions of contract to allow extra days for notice to be delivered to recipient. Priority of documents in order of precedence is usually necessary in case a conflict is subsequently found between documents of contract. In a specification is to comprise a number of documents. It may be useful to amend subparagraph G of this subclause 1.5 by adding an order of precedence between documents of specification. If no order of precedence of whatever documents of contract is to be prescribed, this subclause may be varied. Example, delete subclause 1.5 for submittals. Substitute. The substitute is document forming contract are to be taken as mutually explanatory in one another. If an ambiguity or discrepancy is found, priority shall be such as may be accorded by governing law. Engineer has authority to issue any instruction which it considers necessary to resolve an ambiguity or discrepancy. The contract agreement. The form of contract agreement should be included in tender documents as an annex to special provision. An example form is included at the end of this. Okay, we'll see that. If lengthy or this is okay, fine. Now, employer's use of contractors' documents. Additional provisions may be required if all rights to particular items of computer software, for example, are to be assigned to employer. These provisions should be to take account of applicable. So there was condition contract agreement says that we have to simplify. We'll see, but if lengthy tender negotiations were necessary, it's recommended that consideration be given to recording of contract agreement, accepted contract amount, base date and communication commencement date. Now, entry into a formal contract agreement may be mandatory under applicable law in such a case. Words unless they are agreed otherwise should be deleted from text. So, use of contract documents. So, additional provisions may be required if all rights to particular items of computer software, for example, are to be assigned to employer. These provisions should take account of applicable law. This is employer's use of contractor's document. Additional provisions may be required if all rights to particular items of computer software, for example, are to be assigned to employer. These provisions should take account of applicable law. Compliance with laws. If in respect of subparagraphs B and C, subclause If in addition to provisions of subclass 418, protection of environment, applicable law requires contractor to apply and and for and or comply with particular environmental permits. These permits should be stated in specification together with contractor's obligations associated with each permit. Now, joint and several liability. If if it's likely that one or more of tenders if it is likely that one or more of tenders shall be a joint venture, detailed requirements for joint venture may need be specified in addition to those listed in definition of joint venture undertaking. Under subclass 1147, for example, it may be desirable for each member of joint venture to produce a parent company guarantee, for example, from included from for example form is included at end of this obligation in section sample forms. I'm going against joint liability, so that's the important point is say it may be desirable for each member of joint venture to produce a parent company guarantee. An example form is included at end of this publication in section sample forms. We'll look into that. Now, these requirements should be included in instruction to tenders. Normally employer will wish leader of joint venture to be appointed at an early stage, providing a single point of contact thereafter, and will not wish to be involved in a dispute between members of JV. Employer should scrutinize joint venture undertaking. Employer should scrutinize joint venture undertaking carefully where relevant check of project financing institution does. So it says employer should scrutinize joint venture undertaking carefully and where relevant check if Okay, now we go further and limitation of liability. It's required that limitation of each party's liability. Take water here, finish this water. I want to drink this water. I'm feeling hydrated now. I have a dehydration. I'm getting low humidity. I don't know why. It's required that the limitation of each party's liability for the party is to include certain indirect or consequential loss or damage, and is also to take into account liability which are to be insured under clause 19 insurance, contract data, and this subcontract clause. This subclause may be varied. As example is in contract data and following, let us say 1-15 amount of sum A, amount of sum B, amount of sum C, we write like that, we will ban now. Now delete subclause 1.15 and substitute it like this. Except as stated in this clause, in the subclause, neither party shall be liable to other party for loss of use of any works, loss of profit, loss of any contract, or for any indirect or consequential loss or damage which may be suffered by other party in connection with contract. I am reading again. Except as stated in the subclause, neither party shall be liable to other party for loss of use of whatever works, loss of profit, loss of any contract, or any indictment. Alright, so it says neither party shall be liable to other party for loss of use of any works, loss of profit, loss of any contract, or for any indirect or consequential loss or damage which may be suffered by other party in connection with contract. It's very detailed one, let us study. Contract's liability to employers under or in connection with contract shall be limited as follows. Contract's liability to employer under or in connection with contract shall be limited as follows. For failure, let us say A, for failure to comply with subclause 8.2 time for completion. For failure to comply with subclause 8.2 time for completion. Limit shall be maximum amount of delay damages stated in contract data. This is condition. This is, you can say, qualification. That is, limit shall be maximum amount of delay damages stated in contract data. B, for loss of profit, loss of any contract, or loss of use, for loss of profit, loss of any contract, or loss of use of any part of permanent works. Any part of permanent works. After taking over under contract caused by loss of profit, loss of any contract, or loss of use of any part of permanent works, after taking over under contract caused by 1. Defects attributable to contractor. Limit shall be sum A stated in contract data, as we say A, B, C in data above blanks. See, defects is defect attributable to contractor limit shall be sum A stated in contract data. Number 2, damage to works caused by contractor, limit shall be sum B stated in contract data. Then number 3, damage caused by contractor to employer's property other than works, limit shall be 50% of sum B stated in contract data. 4, whatever other matter attributable to contractor, whatever other matter attributable to contractor, limit shall be 50% of sum A stated in contract data. Now C, this was 4 separate N clauses. Now C, for damage caused by contractor, to works, limit shall be required value of cover of insurance under sub clause 19.2.1 works. So for damage caused by contractor to works, limit shall be required value of cover of insurance under subclause works. D, for damage caused by contractor, to employer's property other than works, limit shall be required value of cover to insurance under subclause 19.2.4, injury to persons and damage to property. So now E, for death or injury to employer's personnel or injures personnel by a cause attributable to contractor, limit shall be required value of cover of insurance under subclause 19.2.5, injury to employees. For contractor's indemnity to employer, for contractor's indemnity to employer for third-party claims under first paragraph of subclause 17.4, indemnities by contractor, there shall be no limit. For contractor's indemnity to employer for third-party claims under first paragraph of subclause 17.4, indemnities by contractor, there shall be no limit. And for contractor's indemnity to employer, under second paragraph of subclause 17.4, indemnities by contractor, limit shall be required value of cover of insurance under subclause 19.2.3, liability for breach of professional duty. For contractor's indemnity to employer under second paragraph of subclause 17.4, indemnities by contractor, limit shall be required value of cover of insurance under subclause 19.2.3, liability for breach of professional duty. And then if for all matters other than those described in subparagraphs B to G above and other than those under subclause 17.3, intellectual and industrial property rights, limit shall be sum C stated in contract data. Employer's liability to contractor under or in connection with contract shall be limited as follows. Now, with contract shall be limited as follows. Now, number one, loss of profit, loss of profit, loss of any contract or any other direct loss caused by termination of contract under subclause 15.5, termination for employer's convenience, and subclause 16.2, termination by contractor. Limit shall be 20% of accepted contract amount. For damage caused by employer, for damage caused by employer or employer's personnel to temporary works or plant and materials not included in permanent works, limit shall be 30%. Limit shall be 30% of required value of cover of insurance under subclause 19.2.1 works. For damage caused by employer or employer's personnel to contractors' equipment, materials, plant and or temporary works, limit shall be the required value of cover of insurance under subclause 19.2.2 goods. Now, for death or injury to contractor's personnel by a cause attributable to employer, limit shall be required value of cover of insurance under subclause 19.2.5, injury to employees. For employer's indemnity to contractors or third-party claims under subclause 17.5, indemnities by employer, there shall be no limit, and for all matters other than those described in subparagraph 1 to 5 above and other than under subclause 17.3, intellectual and industrial property rights, limit shall be in accordance with subclause 14.14, cessation of employer's liability. Cessation of employer's liability as may be amended under subclause 21.4, obtaining DAAB's decision, subclause 21.5, amicable settlement or subclause 21.6, arbitration. Subclause shall not limit, this subclause shall not limit liability of any case of fraud, gross negligence, deliberate default or reckless misconduct by defaulting party. This is a special example which is given. Now we'll move to, you can say, we see now clause 2, employer, right of access to site. It may be necessary for contractor to have early access to site for purpose of survey and subsurface investigations. If so, details of such early right of access should be stated in specifications, including any restrictions on such access. If so, details of such early right of access should be stated in specifications, including any restrictions on such access and whether or not it shall be exclusive to contractor. If right of access to and possession of site cannot be granted by employer in normal way, details should be stated in specifications and appropriate amendments made to first paragraph of subclause and if necessary to second paragraph. So subclause 2.3 is employers, personnel and other contractors. Provisions concerning cooperation between contractors should be reflected in employers' contracts with any other contractors working on or near site. Employers supplied materials and employers equipment, subclass 26. If employer supplied materials are listed in specifications for contracts use on execution of works, following provisions may be added. Example: after last paragraph of subclass 2.6a, you had employer shall supply to contractor employers supplied materials listed in specification at times stated in specifications. If not, uh, wait a minute, employer shall supply to contractor employer supplied materials listed in specification at times stated in specification. If not stated, within times that shall be required to enable contractor to proceed with execution of works in accordance with program. When made available by employer, contractor shall visually inspect employer's supplied material and shall promptly give a notice to engineer if any shortage, defect or default in them. Thereafter, contractor shall rectify such shortage, defect or default to extent instructed by engineer. Such instruction shall be deemed to have been given under subclause 13.3.1 variation by instructions. Now, after this visual inspection, employer supplied materials shall come under care, custody and control of contractor. Contractor's obligations of inspection, care, custody and control shall not relieve employer of liability for any shortage, defect or default not apparent from a visual inspection. In last paragraph of subclass 17.1, responsibility for care of works after two instances of goods, add employer supplied material. Now, if employer's equipment is listed in the specification for contractor's use in execution of works, following provisions may be added. Example: after last paragraph of subclass 2.6, add employer shall make employer's equipment listed in specification available to contractor at times stated in specification. If not stated, within times that shall be required to enable contractor to proceed with execution of works in accordance with program. Unless expressly stated otherwise in specification, employer's equipment shall be provided for exclusive use of contractor when made available by employer. Contractor shall visually inspect employer's equipment and promptly give a notice to engineer of any shortage, defect or default in them. Thereafter, contractor shall rectify such shortage, defect or default to extent instructed by engineer. Such instruction shall be deemed to have been given under subsection 13.3.1 variation by instruction. Contractors shall be responsible for employees' equipment while it's under contractor's care control and or any of contractor's personnel is operating it, driving it, directing it, using it or control of it. Contract shall be responsible for employer's equipment while it's under contract's control and or any of contract's personnel or operating it, driving it, directing it, using it or in control of it. Contract shall not remove from site any items of employer's equipment without consent of employer. However, however, consent shall not be required for vehicles transporting goods or contractors per personnel to or from site. In last paragraph of subclause 17.1, responsibility for care of works after two instances of goods and employers equipment. Okay, now also we can move further, still we have time. Engineer, clause 3, engineer, subclause 3.1. It is recommended that engineer who was appointed by employer to carry out employer's design of works is retained by employer act as engineer under contract for services during construction of works. It is recommended that engineer who was appointed by employer to carry out employer's design of works is a retained by employer to act as an engineer under contract for services during construction of works. In appointment of engineer, it is recommended that employer and engineer use form of agreement FIDIC clients consultants mod services agreement of 5th edition 2017. So we'll see that later on. Now, engineers' duties and authorities. Engineers' duties and authorities. Subclause 3.2, engineers' duties and authorities. In performing engineer's duties and in exercising its authority under contract, engineers should take due regard of FIDIC's Code of Ethics for consulting engineers, HTT forwards, and duty to prevent corruption and bribery as described in publication. FIDIC guides for integrity management. FIM, FIDIC's Guide for Integrity Management in Consulting Industry, Part 1, Policies and Principles, 1st edition 2011. FIDIC Guidelines for Integrity Management System in Consulting Industry, 1st edition. FIMS procedure. Okay, then if there are any requirements for employer's consent, subclause requires that these should be set out in special provisions, and so that following provisions should be added to subclause 1. What's that? Let's see. There's duties of FIM, we'll see later on. Example: engineer shall obtain consent of employer before taking action under following subclauses of these conditions. Subclause anyone and B subclause anyone. Now insert subclause number, not subclause 3.7 agreement or determination. Please see below and describe specific procedure to be followed by engineer where appropriate. This list should be extended or reduced as necessary if obligation to obtain employee's consent only applies beyond certain limits. Financial or otherwise, example wording should be varied accordingly. It should be noted that any such requirement shall not be applied to any action by engineer under subclause 3.7 agreement or determination as stated in subclause 3.2, engineer's duties and authority of general conditions. Subclause 3.4, delegation by engineer. Engineer's assistants may include design engineers. Engineer's assistants may include design engineers, other construction professionals, technicians, inspectors, and or specialist independent engineers and or inspectors appointed to monitor and review execution of works, including inspecting and or testing items of plant and or materials. If it is anticipated that engineers' assistants may not all be fluent in language for communication defined in subclause 1.4 law and language, consideration should be given to amending this subclause. In amendment, second paragraph of subclause 3.4 after subclause 1.4 law and language following, if assistants are not fluent, if assistants are not fluent in this language, engineer shall make competent interpreters available. Engineer shall make competent interpreters available during all working hours in a number sufficient for those assistants to properly perform their assigned duties and or exercise their delegated authority. Subclause 3.5, engineer's instruction. If applicable law prevents contractor from complying with engineer's instruction, if applicable law prevents contractor from complying with engineer's instruction, that may have an adverse effect on health and safety of contractor's personnel. Subparagraph B of this subclause may be amended. At end of subparagraph B of subclause 3.5 and following. That is, or will adversely affect health and safety of contractors' personnel. Senior instruction. Example. Now, if condition of contracts are not to allow for giving oral instructions by engineer, this subclause may be amended. At end of subclause 3.5 add following. If engineer or delegated assistant gives an oral instruction, receives a written confirmation of instruction from contractor within 2 working days after giving oral instruction and does not reply by issuing written rejection and or instruction within 2 working days after receiving confirmation, then contractor's confirmation shall constitute written instruction of engineer or delegated assistant as case may be. Agreement of determination. Let's see, can we do it? Agreement of determination. Engineer shall not delegate any of its duties under subclause to engineer's representative if appointed, or to any assistant as stated under subclause 3.4, delegation by engineer. Subclause 3.7. Opening words of this subclause state that engineer shall act neutrally between parties when carrying out its duties under this subclause, and shall not be deemed to act for employer. By these statements, it's intended that although engineer is now appointed by, is it? Okay, agreement of that we'll see later on. It's a page 172. There's a lot to move in this. Let's see how to conclude this today. That's the point here. So, my dear friends, let us say what we achieved today. Today, we started with some COVID talks, small talks. Then we moved on to onto general section 1 of Qatar civil specifications. We talked little about this introduction. And also introduce something about FIDIC 2017 silver, that is turnkey project. And now we're talking of this, we are talking of FIDIC 217, red we are talking, maybe tomorrow may conclude that, but not necessary, I can't guarantee that. Maybe, may not be, depends, because there is so much hidden in that. And we have to understand that until something is explained properly, we should not say that it's done. So, I think it must be better to talk in clarity rather than hiding something. Why to hide? Why to hold on something when it's clear, can be done? Well, no problem to me. I try to explain to my small knowledge I have, and particularly to the engineers and others who are interested in this talk, because we have talked about concrete till yesterday. I think it started from June 8, concrete specifications, which covered all types of concrete materials, testing, submittals, etc., completely into batching plants, others how to pour it, how to precast, pre-tension, all. That's one part. But this is general now. General actually is like procedure. We'll discuss with that general one in Qatar CS, Qatar Civil Specifications 2014, and also now FIDIC, which is something very important from contract point of view. Contract, which is very important document, international document, national document. In contracts, if company comes from overseas, it's made international document. So international arbitration and international engineers, all those. These are very important points to deal with. That's what I'm trying to stress on this very slowly and in details, so that you may get something. And because I have some experience in engineering construction and contracts, I think I can explain in better way than those who are not engineers. And contract is designed and drawn by engineers, because this is a domain of engineers. It is clearly said in FIDIC that those who understand technicalities, those who know designs, those who know contracts, those who know how to run contract, how work is done, they should draw this contract conclusively, and later on there can be taken views from into other lawyers, which is routine. One more point I am stating. It's now over, but what about our people? That point is very important. We are going to talk tomorrow also, same general specifications and FIDIC red book, and possibly we shall start silver book, EPC contracts, which is much more powerful than general red book, because that invites many designs, machines, plants, so much so. And this will take some time. We'll later on take your white book also, yellow book, or let's see which one is better for this. White book can also be taken, which is a it's a contract sample between employer and service provider as engineer. That's my basic design of this, because I'm finding deficiencies in engineers at international level. I'm not talking of our country because our country depends on so many other factors. I don't want to consider that here. When you deal with, I'm sorry, we deal with such factors, we have to be clear that you have to talk at international level, internationally. And if you can't do that, and you depend on advocates for everything, you will suffer certainly. And particularly those use budding engineers, and I'm not, I can say, very active in engineering or contracting these days, but I try to share my education or my experience or my attainment to community of engineers or world. Not only whoever wants, whoever can refer to these videos and learn or question. That's very right way that I can deal with. I'm not claiming anything on these talks because I am very normal person who has made many mistakes in life, in profession, and I can clearly speak for them. I'm not hiding anything. Mistakes are mistakes. I did that. I accept. I made many mistakes. Not one, not too many. But that is evidence that you worked. Without mistakes, no one can work. For mistakes, or you can say condoning, or you can say ignorance of something, or you can say non-availability of information, or you may say pressure of work. No one reason, no two reasons, many reasons. Because you are not alone, you are dependent on others in your profession. Even if you are in designs, you are dependent on others. Same thing in prosecution of activities, you are dependent on others. You cannot do everything yourself. People do for you, so you do something yourself, something to get to people, then you coordinate them, interact with all them. So there are chances, and on sites, thousands arms, thousands hands work together, and there can be point of disorder everywhere. It's a life, and we are not just buying something and putting on site. We are making site there where there is a work. So we can say, where there is big building, you are big, but you are also private. This point is very much for understanding purpose, because your thinking alone won't work. My thinking alone won't work. We can direct, suggest, advise, control, deal with, coordinate, communicate, engineer, resource, write, and lot of activities, many activities, where common sense works, where knowledge works, where research works, innovation works, exponential works. So many factors do work there. That point we should not forget, that when you work in field, you are not alone. If you are having many engineers with you, where I had some 44 men in one place and 20 engineers in one place. Everybody's language is different, nationality is different. In overseas I'm talking, I'm not talking here. In that way, culture is different, style is different. Every error is possible. But as much as you do yourself, you are better. So with this I say, I take your leave now for today, And I hope that, well, my job is my job. I'm just trying to help. Now my help, maybe you are much more powerful people, I know. I'm very small in the comparison. So, so I therefore think now we can close this for time being. I think we might have a good talk for this. I understand. Otherwise, it's up to you how to handle this, how to value this. My duty I'm doing, and I'm trying to give as much as possible through document speaking. And of course, these documents are available, you can say, on this text of video. I am putting in long list is there for these documents and for video references, these URLs, and also safety. Safety is also I'm putting every time, because safety is also very important. So if you open some video, you will like that, or it's up to you to use this program, to use this record. I can't force anybody, and it's, I would say you use it better if you use it. It's not charging you any price. You have to spend time, of course. You have to. So with this, I say thank you very much. I'm closing this for today.